of the ANC at all levels of our movement and in society. We have amongst us Comrade Mavuso Msimang, an ANC veteran, who's here, as well as our erstwhile chairperson of the province of Gauteng, Comrade Tokyo Sekwa. There are other guests. I will introduce them as they come. At this point in time, I'm going to ask that we open this August 12th ANC Gauteng Provincial Conference held here at St. George's Hotel under the theme United in Action to Advance Radical Social and Economic Transformation. I'm going to ask that we all stand up, and as is tradition, that the men take off their caps, including our esteemed guests from the media, who we really appreciate that they are present here. And that I'm going to ask Comrade Maseko to come and lead us in singing the national anthem.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Excuse my voice.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Murena buluka sicham sa Jesu ufedise dintwali matwe nyeho sibuluke sichabasa Jesu sichabasa South Africa, South Africa. A diplo van onze jemel, a diepte van ons siem. War ons weggeperktes, waar die grenzen antwoord geven. Sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Yes, South Africa, our land. We've just celebrated, and we continue to celebrate 20 years, 2 decades of freedom and democracy. And today we also have this conference remembering very fondly one of the fathers of our democracy, our first democratic president of South Africa, Ubaba Nelson Mandela, who it is the first time we hold a provincial conference after his passing away. So may his spirit rest in peace, and may his spirit continue to inspire us. Long live the spirit of Comrade Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, long live. Amen. Long live the spirit of Nelson Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, long live. Amen. Amandla. Amen. Thank you very much. I'm going to call Babu Mfundisi Gift Moerani to take us through this next session of dedication to our Creator, that force that we know is there guiding us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I know I don't need this stuff because my voice is audible enough, but for record purposes, I will use it. Comrades, those who were there when we were preparing for the elections will remember a message I delivered when we were preparing our volunteer to go into our dusty streets to mobilize, encourage people to go to vote. We have done so. Those who were at the Standard Bank Arena, they remember when I marshaled Comrade Paul to say, Joshua, take the lead and take people towards the River Jordan to cross. That was then. I'm just reminding you that today I'm standing here to remind the delegates that we went to the polls, we made our mark, we voted. Let me take my reflection from the book of Joshua. I'm going back to that book again to close this chapter because I said I'll conclude it today. So I'm here just to come to finish my task and leave the conference and go to do the work the Lord has sent me to do, which is to lead his people. Joshua chapter 3, it says, early the next morning, Joshua and all the Israelites left Acacia and arrived at the banks of Jordan River, where they camped before crossing. 3 days later, the Israelite leaders went through the camp, giving this instruction to the people. Listen to the instructions that you are going to get today. When you see the Levitical priest carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, follow them. There are people who still don't want to follow instructions. When they are told that now is time to take left hand, they take right hand. What happened during that time, they were told that we are going to camp next to the river. And when you camp there, you will wait for the instructions to come. And the instructions will be led by certain appointed or elected leaders. Not everyone who will give the instructions. Let me conclude by saying to you, he said to them, follow them. Since you have never traveled this way before. You have never traveled this way before. The instruction was, when you take the journey after crossing the River Jordan, the instruction was very clear. Keep your distance from the ark. Keep your distance from the ark of the Lord. What makes things not to go well in our country today is people who all want to carry the ark. We all want to lead without taking instructions on how to do things. as a councillor elected to lead the people of Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Harankua, Sharpeville, Everton, there are rules that you have to follow. As a municipal manager, there is an order of doing things. Follow the orders. When they crossed, the instruction was, keep your distance half a mile away from the ark. It was very clear why that should happen. Because we wanted to make sure that we consolidate things, not to do things haphazardly. So I'm appealing to members of the Congress, leaders with integrity, leaders with respect. Make sure that this conference consolidates the important directions that we have to take from here. We are the people who should follow the ark of the Lord. I'm saying to the community where I'm coming from of the Val, keep the distance from the ark. Let God guide us. God will take us through. The people of Soweto, the delegates, God will lead us. God will provide guidance. What we need this morning is to put our eyes on the Lord. No matter how you call him, whether Liri Kimudimu or Shikwembu, the way you call him, but he's God. He's God of Walter Sisulu. He's God of Mandela. He's God of Oliver Tambo. He's the same God who will lead you through, provided we do what Joshua asked the people after crossing. He asked them the last question. Are you prepared to change? Are we prepared to change? So let's enter into this room with change, heart, and attitude. God bless you. Let me pray and conclude. Can we all be quiet? In this quiet moment, remember all the comrades, Barisileng, Valencia, who were supposed to be here. Remember that maybe if that comrade was still alive, you are not going to be here as a delegate. But now you are here because now you have to replace somebody who's not here. And make sure that you close that space and you respect that role that we play. Let us pray. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we thank you thee for this hour of reflection. Guide this gathering, guide our leaders, energize them with the power to lead your people, and fight the poverty and all social ills that bedevils our society. All this we ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much.
Tulo ena ya halalela jwalo. Modimo o na le rona. Le ska lebala araka ela. E moruti a re bolelletseng ka yona. E na le melao. God is not a God of anarchy, but a God of order and peace. Integrity and respect. Very important values that the African National Congress espouses as well. I want to thank Mfundisi for opening in a word of prayer and those inspiring words. At this point in time, I'm also going to ask that one of the NEC members, I'm not sure, but maybe she'll come to stage just now, who has just joined us, should also come to stage. Mewaruna, Winnie Mandela. She should join us at stage. Thank you very much. We also have one of our veterans, Stwalandwe, Comrade Ahmed Kadrada, with us. Thank you. You can sit here. We also have amongst us Comrade Lalushiba, who is also a veteran. Comrade Lalushiba. Amongst us also, we are blessed to have one of our own who has been also a PC member, who's now also a parliamentarian, Comrade Amos Masondo. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Yeah, another important development is that we've been joined by the acting ambassador of Zimbabwe. Let's give him also a round of applause. Thank you. We are now, comrades, want to refer you to the program of the day, which is before you, and for the next 2 days. We also would like you to look at the rules of conference, which we thought you have read, because you got the documents before you. Do you have all that document before you? The program and the rules and procedures of conference. Delegates from Ekurhuleni, you have the document. Johannesburg, you have the document. Sidibeng, you have the document. West Rand, you have the document. Tshwane, you also have the document. Thank you very much. We also have delegates from the ANC Women's League, whose status in this province is also as a region of the province. I trust that you also have the document, comrades. Are you there? Women's League, are you here? The Youth League, are you also here? Thank you. The Veterans League, are you also here? 100 years in a lifetime. Thank you very much, Babumbat. We also have amongst us MKVA. You are here as well. We have amongst us the COSAS, members of PYA COSAS, and SASCO. Are you here? Are you here somewhere? But they are also invited to be part of this meeting, although they are non-voting delegates. We have also the members of our alliance, the civic movement. Sanko, are you here? Thank you. We also have Kosatu, Pasebetsi, are you here? And the party, are you here? Thank you very much, comrades. We have also amongst us Comrade Castle Matale. I'm just going to go quickly through the list because we really want to get to the business of the day, and the others I'll mention as we continue. Comrade Castle Matale, who was the chair of the province of Limpopo, and who's now an MP. Thank you for gracing our conference. Have you relocated, comrades? Are you still in Limpopo, or are you now in one of our branches? We must find out. Yeah. We also have Comrade Rapu Molekane, one of our own, who's also an ambassador. Comrades from the Business Forum and the business in general, very important. Many of them, if it was not of the ANC, they would not have got the opportunities that they have today. And we are happy they don't forget that it is because of the ANC that they have these opportunities. You're welcome. Ambassador Mohamed Dango, I thought I acknowledged, but he's here with us. We also have invited comrades so that they understand the policy framework and the process of policy development, that it is not just a leadership process, but it involves branches, because we've long started discussing the policies. Who are implementers of policies, accounting officers. We have HODs of our various departments in the province. You are welcome as well. Thank you for making time to be with us. We have municipal managers and city managers with us here, and I did previously recognize the media. Comrades, I have referred you to the program. At this point in time, I'm going to ask that someone from one of the delegates that are voting delegates should rise and propose adoption or otherwise of the program as it is before us. The program, conference rules and procedures. This is what is going to guide us to have an orderly conference of integrity. Comrades, is there anyone that wants to move for adoption of the program and conference rules? Do I see a hand? I see a hand here. Is there a mic? Can we have a roving mic? Or please come to the fore. Oslindi. I'm going to ask that we have roving mics. Conference has started. support staff.
I'm Sylvia Munakali from Greater Joburg Region, Zone 7. I move for adoption of the program.
Thank you for moving. Any seconder? Okay. Thank you, Com. Is a mic around there?
I'm Josephine Ramuta from Tshwane region, Mamelodi. I'm moving, I'm second.
Get what? We are moving a second. Both ways. Thank you very much, Comrade Josephine. Is there consensus? Can I consider the program conference rules and procedures so adopted, comrades? There's no dissenting view. Thank you very much. So has the program been adopted, conference rules and procedures? I'm informed that along the aisles we have mics. There's a hand at the back. I'm not sure on what point that is. Just check a mic close to you there. Introduce yourself and indicate what your point is.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Robert Tema from Sarajane branch from City region. I've raised the hand actually before the adoption because I wanted to raise this point. The first one is under the guidelines, which is 4.7. It says each candidate should have been paid up member of the ANC for at least 2 years. And the Mangaun resolution, it says actually should have qualified and served for ANC for 7 years and 5 years for the REC. Not 2 years.
That is number 4.7.
Page 5. And yeah. Mangaun resolution is page 7.
Yeah. I think. Comrades, we will verify that, but obviously the rules have changed from Mangaung, and the Mangaung rules will prevail. Is that agreed, comrades? Yeah, we'll verify that. Thank you for raising it, Com. Is it agreed? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I take it now? Everybody is happy. We can adopt. Adopted. Thank you. With that additional. Comrades, we are now at a point where we want to also acknowledge the charge d'affaires of the Sahrawi Republic, who have also been working very, very closely with us. And they've been part of a number of our engagements and in solidarity also with their struggle. Can we welcome Mr. Brahim, the charge d'affaires of Sahrawi Republic, with a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm at a point where we're now getting to the core of our business. I'm going to ask that the region of Ekurhuleni should give us a very revolutionary song as we welcome the chairperson of the province. Comrade Paul Mashatile to present the political report. Thank you.
Comrade Matole Motsekha. Oh, okay. I'm looking for all the former chairpersons of this province to come to the podium. Where's Comrade Tokyo? Please join us. Hey, Matole, you just arrived on time, man. Everywhere. Okay, now we are complete. All power. All power. Oliver Tambo, Ambisandra Sam, Oliver Tambo, Ambisandra Sam, Oliver Tambo, Ambisandra Sam, we Tambo, Ambisandra, Oliver Tambo. Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam we Tambo Bisandra Oh Sibambungas Yugeli Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam we Tambo Bisandra Oh Sibambunga Siyogele Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam we Tambo Bisandra Oh Sibambunga Siyegele Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam Oliver Tambo Bisandra Sam all power. I wanted to sing some more, but we don't have time. I have to give a political report covering 4 years, so you can understand it's going to be a long speech. Then I must give time to the Deputy President in case he might want to go back to Lesotho to finish his business there. Viva Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, viva! Chairperson of the session, Comrade Gwen Ramukopa, Deputy President of the ANC, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC here present. In particular, let me acknowledge Comrade Deputy Secretary General, Comrade Jesse Duarte. Although I invited Comrade Jesse here, for those of you who don't know, as one of the former leaders of this province. Comrade Treasurer General, Comrade Zweli Mkhize. I said to Comrade Zweli, Comrade TG, don't forget that you are the former chairperson of KZN. So he's invited here in that category. Yes. Yes. We have invited comrades, for the record, all the former chairs of the ANC in all the provinces and the current chairpersons. Those who will arrive will continue to acknowledge them. I think others have been, Comrade Castle. Let me continue to recognize amongst us members of the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in this province, members of the Regional Executive Committees, veterans of our movement, leadership of the ANC leagues, the Veterans League, the Women's League, and the Youth League. All the former leaders of the ANC Gauteng who are here with us today. I will talk about some of them later. Leaders of the Alliance and their structures, leaders of our movement from other provinces, leadership of Mkhonto Wesizwe Veterans Association, delegates from the branches, representatives of the Mass Democratic Movement, and all fraternal organizations, ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, members of provincial legislature, executive mayors, members of mayoral committees and councillors, speakers of our legislature and councils, business leaders, all invited guests, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media, officials from government, comrades and friends. On behalf of the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in Gauteng, allow me to take this opportunity firstly to welcome the Deputy President of the ANC and the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, to this conference. Comrade Deputy President, we are honored by your presence today and appreciate that in the midst of your busy schedule, you made time to grace our conference. We also appreciate that you will be able to share your thoughts with us on important issues affecting our organization and the country. Welcome, Comrade Deputy President. Comrade delegates, allow me to also extend a word of gratitude to all the men and women who led our province in the early years after the unbanning of our organization. These are the pioneers who led our province with commitment and dedication during difficult times. I extend a word of welcome to those invited today as special guests. They include, amongst others, Comrades Halima Mutlante, Comrades Tokyo Sekhwale, Comrades Matole Motshekga, Comrade Jesse Duarte, Comrade Angie Motshekga, Comrades Nomvula Mukonyane, Comrades Barbara Hogan, Comrades Obert Bapela, Comrade Amos Masondo, and Comrade Mahomet Dango. I know that Umamuini was once in the leadership of this province, but I'm going to acknowledge her differently. So don't worry. I also, comrades, wish to reserve hearty and special words of welcome for the veterans of our movement who are with us as we open this conference today. Izithwala ndwediaparangwe. Ubaba Andrew Mlangeni. I haven't seen Comrade Mlangeni this morning. I hope he is here. Uncle Kathy, Comrade Ahmed Kathrada. Hearty and special words of welcome to Imbogodo, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Special word of welcome to Mama Sophie de Brain. Special word of welcome to our veterans, Babu Mavuso Msimang, Comrade Dennis Goldberg, and Comrade Lalu Shiba. I thank you on behalf of membership of the ANC and the Alliance in this province for having laid the foundation for the victorious struggle that we wage for freedom and democracy in our land. We honor you today, and we promise to follow on your footsteps and serve our people with honor and dedication. I extend a hearty welcome to all the delegates from our branches and our leaders from various levels of government, the legislature, Gauteng Business Forum, and other business formation, and all members of the diplomatic corps. A warm welcome goes also to the leadership of the Veterans League, the Women's League, the Youth League, MKMVA, SACP, COSATU, SANCO, COSAS, SASCO, and all fraternal organizations. As we begin deliberations this morning, we expect robust engagements from all the delegates to this conference. We must assess the work of the PEC for the last 4 years without fear or favor. In the spirit of our theme, let us leave here on Sunday having adopted resolutions that ensure that we advance an agenda for radical social and economic transformation. I know members of the media like this term. They always, what do you mean by radical? You'll hear in this conference. Radical social and economic transformation. I'm therefore humbled and greatly honored by the responsibility placed upon me and the PEC collective to lead this glorious movement of our people for the past 4 years in Gauteng. I most heartily welcome all of you, comrades, to this, the 12th provincial conference of our celebrated movement, the African National Congress. Comrades, given the significance of this conference, allow me to also salute the men and women who came before us. These are gallant cadres of our movement who sacrificed and paid the ultimate price that laid the foundation for our country to be what it is today, and our people to enjoy fundamental human rights. These are dedicated cadres who taught us not to dishonor the cause of democracy and freedom for all. Without doing a roll call, we dip our revolutionary banner in honor and memory of all our fallen and departed heroes and heroines. Allow me to mention some of them. Comrades John Langalibalele Dube, Sefako Mahato, Zacchaeus Mahabani, Josiah Skumede, Pixley Kaisaka Seme, Alfred Guma, James Moroka, Albert Lutuli, Oliver Reginald Tambo, Nelson Mandela, who are all past presidents of the African National Congress. I would also like to mention the names of stalwarts like Comrades Moses Kotani, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Wilton Mukwai, Raymond Nhlaba, Bram Fisher, Duma Nokwe, J.B. Max, Elias Mutsualedi, Moses Mabita, Yusuf Dadu, Thabo Mofutsanyane, Thomas Nkobi, Joe Slovo, Alfred Nzo, and Harry Gwala. It is also opportune to mention some of the gallant fighters, commissars, and commanders of Umkhonto weSizwe. Comrade Vuisi Lemini, Jose Mudise, Comrade Chris Hani, Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, Monty Mutloung, Bani Mulukwani, Ashley Krill, Andre Zondo, Vincent Shabalala, Bobby Tsotsobe, Marcus Mutaung, Telle Mwerani, amongst many. Comrades, over a month ago, we commemorated the 59th anniversary of the historic Women's March against oppressive past laws to the Union Building. Hence, it is appropriate to salute and honor our heroic leaders, Comrade Charlotte Macheke, Lillian Ngoyi, Rahima Musa, Helen Joseph, Albertina Sisulu, Ruth First, Aida Mtwana, Mama Pethakowa, Me Mita Sperepere, Francis Bart, Togom Goma, Amina Kachalia, Mutlalepule Chabaku, Mavesta, and many who led the way. The youth of our country also contributed to the freedom and democracy that our people are enjoying today. Hence, today we honor young lions like Ephraim Mohale, Simpiwe Mtimkulu, Peter Mukaba, Pax Mankahlane, Emma Sateche, Stanza Bupape, Ephraim Nkwe, Bongani Kumalo, and countless other fearless and daring young lions of our movement. It is therefore fitting that we honor these young lions at a time when the ANC Youth League, the organization that they dedicated their lives to, has turned 70 years. This is 70 years of militant, informed, yet disciplined struggle to champion the interests of young people. As we advance further towards the goals of the National Democratic Revolution, let us continue to be inspired by the declaration made by these young people, those young people brave visionaries in the ANC Youth League Manifesto of 1944, which said the following: "The ideal of national unity must be the guiding ideal of every young African life." Close quote. Comrades, this conference would have done an injustice if it was not to also honor the departed leaders of the United Democratic Front, the UDF, and the Mass Democratic Movement. Today we honor Archie Gumede, Christopher Tinto, Victoria Mkenge, Oscar Mpeta, Matthew Goniwe, Sparrow Mkonto, Sipho Hashe, Elijah Bagai, John Gomomo, Billionaire Chris Lamini, and many others who contributed in no small measure to our freedom. These are cadres who dared to believe in a just cause and were prepared to sacrifice everything, including life and limb, for our freedom. This is a rich legacy that they have left, and it must always remind us of where we come from as a nation. Hence, we need to preserve it as an inspiration to all of us to redouble our efforts to build a better life for all our people, while serving as a guiding light for generations to come. We also take this opportunity to pay homage to other fallen but unsung heroes and heroines of our revolution, the victims of the Pondo Revolt, June 16 Uprising, Sharpeville Massacre, the Val Uprising, the Alexander Six-Day War, the Matola Raid, Maseru Raid, the Bisho Massacre, and many other popular revolts across our country, including those who perished or maimed whilst traveling on the trains and were attacked from hostels neighboring their homes in the early 90s. In short, comrade delegates, we honor all South Africans who were brutally murdered or maimed in the course of the liberation struggle, including Steve Biko and many patriots belonging to other liberation organizations who paid a supreme price for our liberation. Fellow compatriots, 2014 was declared by our National Executive Committee as a year of united action to move South Africa forward. It is also the year in which our country is celebrating 20 years of our hard-won freedom and democracy. This conference, therefore, is historic as it takes place during this important year. It is also historic as it is taking place at a time when we have entered the second phase of our ongoing transition from colonialism and apartheid to a national democratic society. This phase will be characterized by a determined, focused, radical, bold, and decisive action to accelerate the pace of social and economic transformation and place our country on a qualitatively different development trajectory. Inspired by this declaration, as the ANC, we were able to unite and mobilize South Africans behind our 2014 election manifesto. This we did with a view to moving our country forward along the path towards a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. Comrade delegates, the 2014 general election saw the ANC return to power once again. This was not an easy election, as enemies of our revolution were determined to crush us, especially here in Gauteng. The DA invested huge resources to win Gauteng, but we defeated them. We also faced an onslaught from the EFF, with most of its members coming from within our ranks. This gave them an added advantage to campaign in our strongholds. However, through our formidable election campaign, we were able also to defeat them. Once again, our people rose to the occasion and gave the ANC an overwhelming mandate to continue to govern this country and this province. This mandate, comrades, must not be taken for granted. Hence, the fifth administration must be determined to introduce big ideas, take bold decisions to move South Africa forward. We must move with speed to transform Gauteng into an even better place to live and work in. We therefore welcome our team in the legislature, the National Assembly, and the National Council of Provinces. We urge all of you, our cadres deployed at various levels of the state, to serve our people with honor and dignity. You must also ensure that the Parliament of the people continue to serve their interests and not descend into being a circus. We must ensure that, comrades, we must ensure that that Parliament and the legislatures are there to serve the people. And we must guard them jealously to be able to perform that task. We take this opportunity to thank the Moses Kotane volunteers, our members, and our alliance partners who worked tirelessly to ensure that we retain our majority in this election. This conference is also held 10 months since the passing of the founding father of our democratic nation, isithwalandwe Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. As this generation of members of the ANC, we must once again recommit ourselves to deepening and defending the proud legacy that Tata Madiba and his generation of freedom fighters left for us. Let us forge ahead with his vision of building a nation that is united with a socially inclusive and cohesive society. Let us support and participate in all programs led by our government to ensure nation building and social cohesion. This conference should consider approving the Social Cohesion Declaration and Program of Action that was adopted in Kliptown in 2012. This conference is also taking place in the year in which we mark 60 years since the adoption of the Women's Charter in 1954. It was in the preamble of this charter that the women of our country declared that, and I quote, "We, the women of South Africa, wives and mothers, working women and housewives, Africans, Indians, and Coloureds, hereby declare striving for the removal of all laws, regulations, conventions, and customs that discriminate against us as women, and that deprive us in any way of our inherent right to the advantages, responsibilities, and opportunities that society offers to any one section of the population." Close quote. Comrade delegates, We owe it to those who came before us to intensify the struggle against the triple oppression of women, as Africans, as women, and as workers. Both in action and in deed, we must continue to say, Malibongwe, Malibongwe. Comrade delegates, next year, we will mark the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, that seminal document of our people that articulates the kind of society we aspire to. We must use this occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter to reflect and rededicate ourselves to the progressive values espoused in the Freedom Charter and to assess progress made in implementing these ideals. We take this opportunity to reiterate once more that the Freedom Charter remains our guiding document towards the kind of society we seek to build. As the ANC, we have never turned our back on the Freedom Charter, and we will never do so now and in the future. Fellow comrades, we are also about 18 months away from local government elections that promises to become hotly contested. As we approach these elections, we must do so fully aware of the task at hand to restore confidence of our people in the ability of the ANC to deliver services efficiently and effectively. We must continue to spread the message that the ANC remains the trusted custodians of the aspirations of the people of South Africa. It has the track record, the experience, political will and determination to improve the lives of all our people. Comrade delegates, over 4 years ago, the current PEC was elected at a conference to lead the ANC here in Gauteng. As we gather here today, it is prudent that we provide an account of how far we have traveled in implementing the mandate that you bestowed on us, the details of which will be provided by the acting secretary in the organizational report. So allow me, therefore, to present a broad overview of our programs and activities during this period. In order to report honestly and objectively, I will make reference to some of the key resolutions that conference adopted in 2010. Whilst much more could have been achieved, it is nonetheless heartening to report to you today that your leadership that you elected in 2010 has made great strides in fulfilling its mandate. This much is illustrated by, amongst others, the steady growth of the organizations, with branches either being strengthened where they existed whilst establishing new ones in additional areas. When we left conference, we committed ourselves to undertake an aggressive membership drive that would see our numbers grow exponentially. Our membership drive also coincided with the 1 million membership campaign as part of a build-up to the centenary of the ANC in 2012. Due to our hard work, comrades, our membership has almost doubled from 70,300 in 2010 to over 134,000 in 2012. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a slight decline currently in membership of those in good standing in some of our branches due to comrades not renewing their membership timeously. This is a matter of concern as this is reducing the number of members in good standing. So it's a matter that we must address. Please renew your membership. Comrades, this conference needs to urge all members to renew their membership, and we should also continue with our recruitment drives whilst also intensifying our Invuselelo campaign. We are proud to report to the ANC that the ANC in Gauteng is strong and cohesive, and our members are disciplined, except, of course, for a few rogue elements. These comrades, this achievement of having a cohesive province, disciplined members, can in no small measure be attributed to the successful establishment of running our political school, the Walter Sisulu Leadership Academy, that have seen members across our province going through umkhabulo, political education sessions. Our political school is now up and running and is housed at the University of Johannesburg in Soweto. All our members, including the leadership, attend classes, and in the last 4 years, comrades, more than 5,000 comrades have graduated from the Walter Sisulu Leadership Academy. I just want to repeat what I said in 2010, that if you don't attend political education classes, if you don't attend the political education school, you are not going to be deployed. It's not an empty threat. You must take me seriously. Sorry, E-News. So, comrades, we are proud that we have produced more than 5,000 graduates. And I'm sure some of you are here today. Comrades, we have also strengthened our relationship with the alliance structures through embarking on joint campaigns and programs aimed at bettering the lives of our people through, amongst others, the exercise of state and political power. A case in point is a rigorous campaigning during this election campaign that was conducted jointly by the provincial leadership of the ANC and the Alliance to turn around the very real ANC being unseated from the provincial government. We worked very well together with all the Alliance partners. Our approach of going directly to work in our traditional strongholds and key sectors such as youth, women, religious sector, workers, academics and professionals, and the suburbians bore fruit. An impressive sectoral and mass work was carried out over a sustained period, and this lifted the mood in favor of the ANC, albeit facing a multiplicity of challenges. In addition, honest engagement with these structures to find innovative solutions to the challenges we face have been the hallmark of our relations. Hence, the cordial and fraternal bonds that has developed in our province, and we will continue, comrades, to strengthen these relations going forward. Our province participated fully in programs leading up to the centenary of our movement with high-profile and mass-based activities held across our province. The details will be provided in the organizational report. Comrade delegates, in terms of policy formulation, the PEC led branches well and championed discussions at the National General Council, the NGC, in 2011, the National Policy Conference, and also the National Policy Conference in Mangaung in 2012. The input of Gauteng in these policy documents greatly enriched ideas in our movement. Our delegates participated and behaved in a disciplined manner in all these conferences, including the election of the NEC. The leadership elected in Mangaung continues to enjoy the support of all our members in Gauteng. However, there were some within our ranks who tried to sow divisions between the leadership of Gauteng and the national leadership. I'm happy to report that these negative tendencies have failed. The Gauteng and the national leadership continue to work together to advance the cause of the revolution. We salute you, comrades, for your exemplary, revolutionary, and disciplined behavior throughout this period. This conference must therefore ensure that all the resolutions adopted in Mangaung are implemented. Through concerted campaigning, the ANC won all municipalities in Gauteng except Midvaal during the 2011 local government election. And these comrades have allowed us to improve the lot of our people. We have not given up, by the way, on Midvaal. We'll discuss it in this conference. We are coming. Comrades, we urge all our deployees in the municipalities to continue to serve our people with dedication. Leading up to the recent general elections, our province put in place a vibrant election machinery that saw the establishment of the Moses Kotane volunteer brigades that was made up of thousands of selfless members and sympathizers who crisscrossed the length and breadth of our province, mobilizing their votes for the ANC. Their gallant efforts and sacrifices contributed immensely in ensuring that the ANC is returned to power in our province, albeit with a reduced majority. Once more, comrades, I must again take this opportunity to sincerely thank our volunteers for the sterling job of ensuring that the ANC is returned to power. Viva the Moses Kotane Volunteer Brigades, viva! Viva! It's very important, comrades, that we continue to acknowledge these comrades. Most of them are unemployed, and they go out there, they work sometimes without food, and we must always remember that and ensure that we look after them. They remain the pillar of our organization. Comrades, allow me also at this stage to congratulate the ANC Women's League, the ANC Youth League, and Umkhonto Wesizwe Military Veterans Association for holding their successful provincial conferences. It is our belief that their new leadership will continue the work of rebuilding and strengthening these important structures so as they continue as a true voice of their members and a custodian of their aspirations. Comrade delegates, at the government level, we continued with transforming Gauteng into a globally competitive city region. And our government made strides in changing the lives of our people for the better in line with Vision 2055. More people today have access to basic services like water, electricity, health. They have access to healthcare, houses, as compared to 4 years ago. And we have seen the successful launch and smooth operation of Gautrain that has changed the way we travel between Joburg and Pretoria, including the OR Tambo International Airport, Pretoria, Tshwane. Before I get into trouble, Tshwane. I think Comrade Sputla is looking at me. Tshwane. Comrade delegates, even though significant progress has been made, there is still a long and winding road to travel for us to truly proclaim that our people are free, given that the triple challenges of poverty, joblessness, and equality are still the reality that needs urgent attention from all of us. It has not been easy, but Gauteng is a better place than it was 20 years ago. The challenges we are facing are not insurmountable, and together we will indeed continue turning Gauteng into a better place to live and work in. We have a plan. This plan, dubbed the 10-point plan, amongst others, entails the following. And I won't deal with it in detail, comrades, because we're going to discuss it in the commissions. Radical economic transformation, decisive spatial transformation, accelerated social transformation, transformation of state and governance, modernization of the public service, modernization of the economy, modernization of human settlement and modernization of public transport infrastructure, re-industrialization of the Gauteng province, and taking the lead in Africa's new industrial revolution. These are the 10-point plan that are going to guide us in our government in the next 5 years. You don't have to take notes, comrades. You're going to get my speech after this. Yeah, don't worry. Just listen. I can see you are struggling to catch up with me. You will get the speech. Comrade delegates, we are confident that this plan will be implemented given the success made in, amongst others, providing quality education to our people in Gauteng. In this regard, we congratulate all the stakeholders involved in the education sector for the work well done in achieving one of the highest pass rates in the country. Our war against corruption must intensify, and the opening of the procurement processes to the public is a major step in the right direction. We must also increase our infrastructure investments, as this will lead to Gauteng becoming even a better place to live and work in, and a domestic and foreign direct investment destination of choice. We therefore, comrade, welcome the team in government led by Comrade David Makura for the next 5 years. This conference has a duty to find creative ways of supporting vigorous implementation of this roadmap to a better life for all our people. Comrade delegates, at the time of the democratic breakthrough 20 years ago, the balance of forces was such that the liberation movement could not wholly and aggressively implement our program of transforming our country from a colonial racist past to a national democratic society. This was the time when progressive forces globally were weakened by the developments in Eastern Europe, and capitalist forces were firmly in control of global advances. The global economic meltdown in 2008 left country economies reeling, and the world is still battling to recover. Even though our country was not as severely affected as compared to others due to our economic fundamentals acting as a cushion, we were, however, not entirely spared as unemployment grew, the poverty gap widened, and our economic growth slowed down. Comrades, not all is gloomy, as both the subjective and objective factors have changed. We are now at a time where the balance of forces have shifted significantly in favor of the progressive forces. The market forces have been in retreat to such an extent that the world has accepted that the markets cannot be left on their own to self-correct. The shift has also seen Africa becoming an important continent in world affairs, as it is no longer viewed as a dark continent ravaged by internecine wars, disease, poverty, corruption, and squalor, but is being seen as a lucrative market. Given these favorable conditions across our continent, we need to strive for regional integration, as this will allow South Africa to seize economic opportunities in the continent. Africa is rising. Africa is open for business. We are happy, comrades, to also hear that the Minister of Finance announced yesterday that the PIC is going to increase investments in the African continent. Comrade delegates, at the domestic level, our country is slowly recovering. Predictions based on the results of the first and second quarter are that our own economy will grow by about 2% this year, and this has far-reaching implications on our ongoing assault on the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, as of course government spending will be inhibited. Irrespective of the slow recovery, the shift in the balance of forces has also created space for the ANC to push radical social and economic transformation in our country. The environment is favorable to a change in direction, as our country is playing a major role in nurturing South-to-South relations that will be a catalyst to economic growth going forward. Our membership and participation in BRICS is standing not only our country, but also the rest of our continent in good stead, as it will see the strengthening of South-to-South relations that contribute to growth in trade in these major markets. Our country needs to seize the moment and ensure that significant benefits accrue to us, including the continent. Gauteng, being the economic engine of our country and the fourth largest economy in the continent, has to position itself to access these markets as part of stimulating economic growth in our province and our country. We need to turn the vision of Gauteng city region into reality in order to ensure that there is faster, better, and coordinated planning and implementation of Vision 2055. Our bold strides to build a smart province that is characterized by an inclusive and transformed economy to take place within the context of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. These efforts should also not be made in isolation, but has to happen within a paradigm that advocates for regional integration and our strong presence and participation in economic development across the African continent. The circumstances as they obtain presently are also conducive to the accelerated implementation of programs of radical social and economic transformation. As demonstrated earlier, state intervention is no longer frowned upon. It's no longer frowned upon, and is no longer frowned upon, given that the market forces are unable to extricate themselves from the crisis engulfing them. As the ANC, we need to think out of the box and find creative ways of decisively tackling the challenges that our country is facing, given the new narrative of the alternative growth path and the envisaged greater role of the state in the economy. We need to move beyond rhetoric and implement programs that will radically change the face of our country whilst building a better life for all our people. This conference needs to grapple with concrete policies, indeed take us down the road towards building a national democratic society. Conference needs to consider the following proposal to fundamentally change the structure of the South African economy. I won't mention everything, comrades. We will distribute documents that cover these aspects, but just to mention the following. Increased beneficiation of our mineral resources through increasing the percentage of beneficiations to more than 30% over the period of the NDP. Increasing domestic production of manufactured goods to fast-track localization. Enhancing the process of deracialization of our economy and accelerating entry of black people into the mainstream of the economy. Ownership of mining and other key sectors should increase to 49%. Implementation of programs to modernize, industrialize the economy and create space for black industrialists in key sectors of the economy. Leveraging state procurement to inject pace in the building and support of black entrepreneurs through, amongst others, adoption of a policy of set-asides, a program where portions of big deals and business opportunities are set aside for black businesses and entrepreneurs in order to accelerate their participation in the economy whilst creating black industrialists. Transforming of the financial sector through not only sector charters, but also the establishment of a state bank. Better support to black emerging farmers, to them not only to produce a good harvest, but also participate in agribusiness value chain as part of enhancing food security and fighting hunger. Increased support for small businesses. Lastly, but not least, produce more relevant skills for the economy. In Gauteng, comrade delegates, we should move with the requisite speed to implement programs that will turn our province into a truly smart province. The 10-point plan of radical transformation, modernization and reindustrialization of Gauteng over the next 5 to 15 years needs to be supported. And this bold step needs to be aggressively implemented as they lay a firm basis for our relentless push that ensures Gauteng remains the biggest economy in our continent, the biggest economy in our country, while improving its place in the African continent. Let me briefly look at the international relations and solidarity issues. Comrade delegates, as a progressive organization that traditionally sides with the oppressed and exploited the world over, the ANC must continue to forge relations with other progressive organizations and nations across the globe in order to advance transformation in world affairs. For us to ensure that there is growth and development that benefit all people, progressive forces need to work together, especially during this era of globalization. We must continue to promote multilateralism in seeking solutions to problems in the world. Hence, we must support and work with the United Nations and other multilateral bodies to forge world peace, security, and development. In pursuance of our objective to transform these multilateral bodies and ensure that developing countries have a voice in world affairs, our country must continue to seek 2 permanent seats on the United Council for the continent. On Israeli-Palestine conflict, comrade delegates, we have witnessed brutality and savagery of an unprecedented nature during the recent raids into the Gaza Strip by Israeli forces. More than 2,000 Palestinian civilians, mainly women and children, were killed and families uprooted from their homes. As part of pledging solidarity with the Palestinian people, we urge the South African government and South Africans generally to continue providing humanitarian and other support to the victims of the recent Israeli raids in Gaza. Whilst rocket attacks by Hamas-aligned forces into Israel have to be condemned, the disproportionate response by Israel cannot be condoned, as it goes against international law and practices. Unfortunately, condemnation alone cannot bring peace to the Middle East. Hence, the ANC must continue to support efforts to find peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestine conflict. We support the 2-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in line with the 1967 borders, and East Jerusalem being the capital of Palestine. We also condemn the continued occupation of Gaza and other Palestinian territories and the expansion of Jewish settlements in Palestinian territories by Israel. Too many lives have been lost and properties destroyed. Hence, we urge all parties to the conflict to commit themselves to speedily resolve this conflict so as the people of the Middle East can also enjoy peace. Support for the AU. The African Union is a continental organ for forging unity, peace, cooperation, and development in our continent. It is against this backdrop that the ANC must continue to support efforts of the AU to resolve conflicts in various parts of the African continent, as the existence of peace will pave a way for countries and nations to refocus efforts on development so as the much-cherished African Renaissance dream is realized. This is Africa's time, and we dare not fail ourselves. Boko Haram and other extremists. The senseless violence and terror perpetrated by Boko Haram and other extremists in Africa and across the world have to be unequivocally condemned, and decisive action needs to be taken to stop these forces of destruction in their tracks. We must join hands with all those who are waging war against terrorism, extremism, and violence so as to defeat these deadly forces. We also add our voice to those that call for the speedy return of the Nigerian girls that have been abducted by Boko Haram. Let us not allow our children to be used as cannon fodder in a senseless and cowardly war. South Sudan and other conflict areas. Comrade delegates, the situation in South Sudan and other conflict areas is a matter of grave concern, and as it undermines efforts to change perception about our continent. Continent of war, conflict, corruption, and underdevelopment. Peace has to reign to allow development to take place. Hence, we need to support efforts underway in South Sudan, where our Deputy President is involved. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central Republic, and also in Lesotho, where our Deputy President is also assisting to find solutions. In Mali and other places, let's find peaceful resolution to these conflicts. There is no winner in a war. Let the guns fall silent. The ANC must always be on the side of the oppressed and the exploited. It is therefore appropriate that we pledge solidarity with those fighting for freedom and democracy. Let us spare a thought for the people of Swaziland and Western Sahara who are fighting for self-determination and are subjected to repression and state-sponsored violence. These repressive actions are an affront to what the ANC stands for. Hence, we need to speak out in support for these just struggles. The ANC, our home. The ANC, our home. Comrades, the ANC is our home. This does not only apply to us as members, but also to the rest of society. It is this organization that has led heroic struggles to liberate our people whilst surviving relentless and even wanton efforts to weaken and even destroy it over the last 100 years. This legacy needs to be preserved for future generations, and this cannot be left to chance. It is therefore important that the ANC continue to lead society to the envisaged national democratic society. It is against this backdrop that this conference should also focus on finding ways to build the ANC as a vehicle for transformation of our society. This should be achieved through continually building and modernizing our organization to be able to respond to the needs of all strata in our society: youth, business people, religious communities, professionals, and so on. The optimal utilization of modern cutting-edge technology, including the use of social media, should form the backbone of our communication platforms in order to remain in constant touch with all strata in our society. For the ANC to continue to lead, set the agenda, and inject new ideas while winning debates in the public domain, it must strengthen its structures, and boost its internal human capital, including appointing full-time personnel at headquarters, nationally, provincially, regionally, in line with the 53rd National Conference we adopted in Mangaung. Priority should be given to appointing experienced and capable cadres in positions like full-time organizer, head of political education, head of election campaign. We are, comrades, currently also setting up a institute in Gauteng as part of building the ANC capacity to influence and lead society. We will also need to ensure that the ANC and its policies and programs remain relevant and appeal to our people with adherence to the core values that guided our forebears over 100 years, being foremost in our minds. These are values of sacrifice, integrity, selflessness, service to the people, discipline, criticism and self-criticism, mutual respect, and humility. These values, comrades, have stood the test of time, and we are celebrating our 102 years due in no small measure to having adhered to these principles. Hence, we must not allow in our home anyone who does not subscribe or adhere to these principles. Since tolerance or turning a blind eye to shenanigans within our ranks will contribute to our people being alienated from our home. As we said in 2010 at the conference, and I want to quote what we said at that conference: the ANC remains our family, our home, built on the foundations of mutual respect, decency, trust, open discussions. We welcome strangers at our door and show them the ways of the ANC so they too can benefit as we benefit from the collective wisdom of our traditions, our forebears, and our developing membership, close quote. To this end, comrade delegates, no one convicted of criminal offenses should be allowed to occupy leadership position in the ANC and the leagues. I had not finished that sentence. Let me finish it. To this end, comrade delegates, no one convicted of criminal offenses should be allowed to occupy leadership positions in any structures of the ANC and its leagues. It is also incumbent upon our structures to ensure that members who are charged with criminal offenses or accused of offenses that bring disrepute to the ANC should promptly appear before the Integrity Committee so as to clear their names. I had not finished that sentence. You are interrupting me. It is also incumbent upon our structures to ensure that members who are charged with criminal offenses or accused of disrepute to the ANC should promptly appear before the Integrity Committee so as to clear their names and allow for corrective measures to be taken by the organization. Use of violence in ANC meetings. Comrade delegates, there is also a disturbing tendency by some ill-disciplined individuals to use violence and intimidation when decisions do not favor them. Some even carry firearms and dangerous weapons into ANC meetings in order to carry out these acts of intimidation. This conference must unequivocally condemn such acts of ill discipline, anarchy, and criminality. We should pronounce our unwavering stand against the use of violence against fellow comrades. As we deal with these challenges, we must be reminded of the wise words of President Tambo at the time when the ANC was in exile, facing similar challenges of actions by some within our ranks who were creating problems in the ANC. And President Tambo said the following: "No one will destroy the ANC. The ANC will destroy itself." We must remember the words of O.R. Tambo. Don't be worried about other elements, EFF, DA. No, we can destroy the ANC ourselves. Hence, comrades, we need to advocate that carrying firearms to ANC gatherings in order to intimidate or harm others must become a dismissible offense. We can no longer allow or tolerate such despicable behavior within our ranks. We may as well remain few than have a mass of members who are anarchists. Well, I'm happy that you see, the Deputy President is the chair of the Appeals Committee. You have resigned. He said he's no longer chairing that. I thought that they must know that if they come with firearms and they shoot in our meetings, they try and run to appeal, there will be no mercy. Building a radical organization. Comrades, for us to succeed with a program of radical social and economic transformation, we must of necessity transform the ANC in a truly radical organization. We should build an organization that will be able to attract all races in our society, Africans, coloreds, Indians, and whites. The ANC must be a home to all strata in our society. This will help us to continue to build a truly non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. The ANC should be led at all material times by men and women who are brave and fearless. Men and women who are incorruptible. Men and women who are capable and willing not only to take bold decisions, but also to implement them. They should be capable of developing big ideas and move South Africa forward. The future belongs to us. Comrade delegates, we have entered into the second phase of our transition from colonialism and apartheid to a national democratic society. With a renewed and reinvigorated ANC, we are on a course to advance the NDR. It is therefore incumbent upon delegates to this conference to debate and adopt resolutions that will bring qualitative change to the life of South Africans. The implementation of the National Development Plan must be a priority in the coming years, given that it is our blueprint in our continuing efforts to build a united, non-racial, democratic, and socially cohesive society. We have to move South Africa forward. We have to move forward with unity of purpose. We must continue to build a strong and united ANC that will work together with the Alliance and the broad mass democratic movement and other structures in a quest for a better life for all our people. It is also essential that in the next few years, the ANC must develop new alliances in our communities in order to reaffirm its historical role of being the leader of society. The ANC can no longer afford to work only with its traditional alliance partners. We must forge alliances with all civic organizations, religious formations, youth, women, sport organizations, and many community-based formations in pursuit of common national agenda. We must create a broad front of progressive forces united to advance our agenda for radical economic transformation. 2016. Comrades, the year 2014 constitutes the midterm of local governments since the 2011 elections. In 18 months, our country will be holding local government elections, as I said earlier, that promises to be hotly contested. We have just emerged from a grueling election campaign that tested our election machinery to the limit. Lessons have been learned, and this will definitely stand us in good stead as we conduct our campaign towards 2016 local government elections. As you are aware, our campaign for the upcoming elections has already begun, with our election machinery in full motion and intact. As we leave this conference on Sunday, all our branches should focus on issues affecting our people everywhere in our communities. As Minister Pravin Gordhan said, we must go back to the basics. This means our municipalities must, at the very least, ensure that basic services are provided to our people. We run clean, efficient, and local government, and we are responsive to the needs of the people. As Tata Madiba once said, let there be work, bread, water, and salt for all. We must ensure that municipalities led by the ANC, especially the metros, we can't lose our metros to anybody. Let us ensure that we return to power in 2016 with a convincing majority. For us to have the mandate to lead these municipalities, the ANC must continue to live amongst the masses of our people. Our members must go door to door. street by street, visit places of worship, taxi ranks, bus ranks, and everywhere where our people are to engage with them. Comrades, the biggest constituency of the ANC still remains the working class. This is evidenced with the last local government elections and the last elections where we received votes from this important motive force of our revolution. However, in the recent election, we have seen many of them staying at home and some even voting for opposition parties. Our immediate task, therefore, is to continue to mobilize the working class behind the NDR as led by the ANC. This requires that we strengthen COSATU and other progressive labor unions. We must engage members of NUMSA and other progressive unions to remain within the structures of the movement. The middle class. Comrades, since the dawn of democracy in 1994, the middle class in South Africa has grown from about 2 million to about 6 million. This growth is as a result of the advent of democracy and its resultant benefits. Our democracy and freedom have opened a multiplicity of economic and other opportunities for many of our people, and this situation must be sustained so as more and more of those who have been and are still in the periphery of our economy must be brought into the mainstream. In this regard, the democratic government led by the ANC must continue to address the concerns of our people, in particular the middle class, as this class remains a key component of the machinery that must drive the process of transformation to a truly non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society. The ANC must continue to work with all strata in our society, including the middle class, as part of the motive forces for change in our society. We need a trusted ally to advance the national democratic revolution. We therefore expect our branches to continue to mobilize the middle class to participate in all our programs. Comrade delegates, we have developed the Gauteng Global City Region Strategy with a view to changing fundamentally the structure of the apartheid spatial economy whilst creating a smart province. Since radical transformation in Gauteng also requires vigorous implementation of the GCR, this conference needs to adopt resolutions that support the 10-point plan of our government in Gauteng as articulated by Premier David Makhura in his State of the Province address in June this year. The conference also needs to support the work of the electronic tolling review panel established by our provincial government to assess the socio-economic impact of e-tolling in Gauteng. The work of the panel will inform us on the best financing infrastructure across the province. Hence, its outcome need to be carefully considered for us to continue to build our world-class road infrastructure that support our radical transformation agenda. Let me just say, comrade delegates, that I know that in public discourse there are those who are saying, you see, David Makhura is going alone this way, and national government is going this way. It's not true. We are together. There may be different views, but as the ANC in Gauteng, we are fully behind this process. And let me hastily add that before the Premier announced, there was a discussion with head office. Because I know, I was telling Comrade Zweli that there were some people running around and say, you see, this Gauteng is doing as it likes. No, national government has got policy and they are going this way. We did raise this matter with head office. And some were even trying to say, we are raising this issue of e-tolls because we want to embarrass the president. We can never do that. President Zuma is our president. In fact, maybe to the surprise of many, one of the first people that the Premier discussed with that we're going to do this panel was the President. So, ntwe ya hore Makhura o ikeletsa fela hiyo. I want to end on this note, on this matter, comrades, that the review panel as appointed by the Premier is currently in place. It will do its work. It will report. And its report must be implemented. We are going to ensure as Gauteng that we have discussion with head office to ensure that we move together with national government. But we cannot close our eyes in Gauteng when our people have problems. So anybody who's going to come to me and say, no, hey, don't discuss e-tolls, I'm not going to agree. You see, if the people of Gauteng says we have a problem with this thing, we must listen to them. And we must be the first as the ANC to say to our people, yes, we have heard you, let's look at how we can resolve the problem together. Yeah. And I know that, I don't know if people from Sandral are here. They have been making a lot of noises, but you know, they forget they don't run this country, we do. You know, government agencies must understand they don't run the country, the ANC do. It's not that I dislike Sandral. I like them, but they must know their space. Government agencies that takes on politicians. They must go and be elected first. We appoint officials to implement the policies of the ANC. And if they have a problem, they must come to the ANC and talk to us and not go to the media. So Sandral cannot tell us what to do. We will tell them what to do. Comrade delegates, I'm moving towards conclusion. Are you listening to me? Stop talking. Comrade delegates, in escalating our efforts to radically transform our economy, public servants have to vigorously implement the cabinet directive that stipulates that invoices to service providers should be paid within 30 days of submission. The timeless payment of service providers forms a critical part of good governance and is a clear demonstration of government commitment to building our economy and supporting particularly small businesses. Non-compliance should attract dire consequences, since late payment of service providers negatively affect businesses, and it is against the grain of our economic transformation agenda. I'm raising this because I know HODs are here, and I hope they are listening. I hope they are listening. If you don't pay businesses on time, you're killing them. Can be no other way. And I'm not saying pay people who have not done work, but I know of many people, and the Premier can tell you, many people who phone us, I have done my work, it's now 6 months. I can't pay my workers. HODs, you are hearing me, ne? I'm not going to say this again. Now that is a threat. That is the threat. I must look at the Premier when I say this. Premier, we are not going to say this again. That is a very serious threat, HODs. Please pay our people. Comrade delegates, it is also critical that all our programs in government in Gauteng are guided by Vision 2055 that seeks to build a globally competitive city region. And this must be done, and I must repeat this, Comrade DP, this must be done in the context of the NDP. In the context of the NDP. Fighting crime and corruption. Comrade delegates, corruption within our society is a matter of grave concern, as this malfeasance stifles development and also denies our people, particularly the poor, access to government services whilst robbing them of opportunity to have their lives changed for the better. It is critical that our resolve to fight and eradicate corruption, wherever it rests its ugly head, is not weakened. We have to deal with it decisively, with swift and bold action taken against those found guilty of wrongdoing. We should deal harshly with this cancer as it is eating away the moral fiber of our society. Comrade delegates, soon after this conference, 4 of our region will also have their regional conferences. This include Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, West Rand, and Johannesburg. Now I know that Sidibeng also has requested an early conference. Your matter will be attended to by the newly elected PEC. But let me make this point, comrades. We don't want elections of any structure next year. We're focusing on the election campaign. So anybody who think they have a conference, please come and see us so we give you a date to finish that and get it out of the way. Next year, we are focusing on 2016. We don't want anybody running around going to conferences. Let me say, comrade delegates, like we did leading up to this conference, Let openness, frankness, discipline, and the quest to build unity and cohesion within the ANC be the hallmark of our behavior and conduct. Nothing should be said or done in your regional conferences that will hinder preparations for holding successful conferences. We owe it to our members, our forebears, and our country to preserve and enhance the unity of our movement. We wish you well in your regional conferences. Comrade delegates, we are looking forward into the future with renewed confidence that a better life for all our people shall be achieved in our lifetime. The ANC remains the parliament of the people. We shall not be defeated. The future belongs to us. Let us march forward hand in hand with our people. In conclusion, compatriots, let me take this opportunity now to thank the outgoing PEC for a job well done. When we left the provincial conference in 2010, as the PEC, we promised to lead our members without fear or favor. We also promised to build strong branches, unite all our structures, run a strong and clean government, and advance social transformation. On behalf of thousands of members and supporters of the ANC in Gauteng, I say to the PEC, thank you very much. I also like to thank you, comrades, for giving me the opportunity to lead and serve as chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng. I will always cherish the confidence that you have in me. Comrade delegates, over the next 3 days, we will engage robustly and emerge with radical ideas that will help change the face of the province in our country. You heard how I stress radical ideas. You delegates will also be expected to elect a PEC that will lead this province over the next 4 years. I have no doubt that, like its predecessor, the new PEC will emerge from this conference. The new PEC that will emerge from this conference will continue to work as a collective, unite our members, and serve our people with dignity. Let us always remember that unity amongst our members remains paramount. Our father, President Nelson Mandela, taught us that, and I quote, "Unity is the bedrock upon which the ANC was founded." I wish you a very successful conference. Asina mona, asina nzondo, siyaidumi si ANC. Mandla, matla, all power. Thank you very much, Kia leboga. Rio leboga, siyabonga. Baya danki, siyabulela kensa inkomo.
presentation. That was a political overview by Chairman Paul Mashatile on behalf of the outgoing Provincial Executive Committee. Thank you very much, Comrade Paul. I do have a number of other dignitaries that have joined us, and I'm going to acknowledge one of our Stwalandwe, Babumlangen, who also is with us. I think was acknowledged in the presentation of the political overview. And I'm also going to acknowledge as well those who live here in our province, overseeing, supporting, intervening from time to time when it's necessary. Those comrades from the NEC who also work with Comrade Susan Shabangu. And these are Comrade Lindiwe Sisulu, who's here with us. She also chairs the Electoral Commission together with Comrade Aaron Motswaledi, who's here as well. I see he has injured his leg there, so we hope he'll cope, but he usually does. He's a kind of cadres who say we'll die with our boots. As well as Comrade Pinky Muloi is here with us as well. Please welcome him. We have another stalwart, Aunt Sophie de Brain, who was also acknowledged. She's here with us. Thank you. And a number of NGOs, faith-based sector, as well as the Progressive Professionals Forum. Comrades, I'm not going to really take a lot of time because the media needs to also capture a very important message to this August conference, a keynote address by the ANC Deputy President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa. At this point in time, I'm actually going to ask that Comrade DP, you address us.
Viva ANC, viva! Viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva! Viva SACP, viva! Viva! Viva SANCO, viva! Viva! Viva Youth League, viva! Viva! Viva Women's League, viva! Viva! Halala Jacob Zuma, halala! Halala Msholozi, halala! Mandla! Phambili neGauteng, phambili! Comrades, thank you very much. Program Director, Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Paul Mashatile, members of the National Executive Committee, members of the Provincial Executive Committee, members of regional executive committees who are here, leaders of our alliance partners, COSATU, SACP and SANCO, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe, Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, Comrade Mlangeni. I haven't seen Comrade Mlangeni if he's here. It's Twalandwe. It's Twalandwe. Leaders of fraternal organizations, distinguished guests, and comrades. I bring you revolutionary greetings from the National Executive Committee of the mighty, glorious, overarching, overwhelming African National Congress. These words are used advisedly when we meet as officials. Every Monday, we exchange these greetings and say, of the mighty, overwhelming, glorious, overarching African National Congress. Comrades, it's good to be here. The President had hoped to be here, but he has been deployed elsewhere and he cannot be here. So, in the end, you are stuck with me as the deputy. I should also say that it is quite possible, and I spoke to the President this morning, that much as he would like to come and close the conference, if that does not happen, you will be stuck with the Deputy Secretary General, who will close the conference. So it's a 50-50. I'm saying so that none of us feels snubbed or otherwise affected by the President not being here. As we speak, he is somewhere in the country doing ANC work. I'd like to start off by congratulating Gauteng. This is the first time that you are meeting in this fashion in conference since the general elections. I'd like to extend words of congratulations from the National Executive Committee and from Luthuli House for trouncing the opposition and showing them that this province is run and ruled by the African National Congress. I say this because, comrades, sometimes we may think that because we returned with a reduced majority, we should be hanging our heads in shame. No, comrades. We are the rulers of this province. We won the election. And we should hold our heads high because the people of Gauteng, the majority of the people of Gauteng, chose the African National Congress to run this province. And we have the Provincial Executive Committee that has been running this province for the past few years, and we have a brand new premier in Comrade David Makura, who hit the road running with his various programs. It is for this reason that we pass words of congratulations. I would also like to applaud Comrade Chairperson for inviting past chairpersons of the Gauteng province and also chairpersons of other provinces and past chairpersons of other provinces. I applaud him because he was briefing me the reasons why he did so. And one of the reasons was to demonstrate that in the ANC we have continuity of leadership, we have consistency, we have stability, and we are not afraid to invite comrades who have served in our structures to come and join us in our conferences. And there is our former Deputy President, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe. This doesn't often happen in other organizations. How about Nsitse Stulu? Abasa batla lo ho bona. More ANC, more. We have consistency and stability of leadership. I applaud Comrade Paul Mashatile for doing so. Comrades, 12th Gauteng Provincial Conference takes place during an important period in the political life of our movement. Many of the things that we are doing as the ANC are about reviving our organization and restoring the historic values on which our organization was based when it was founded. And some of these values have to do with selflessness, sacrifice, humility, and service to the people of our country. This conference confirms that the ANC is a living organization with vibrant structures that are rooted amongst our people. When we were burying our leader, Comrade Nelson Mandela, I had occasion to sit next to a leader of another country on our continent, and he sought to find out how the ANC works. And as I explained to him that we work through our branch structures, that the branch is the most important organ of our organization. And he said, how many branches do you have? I said, we've got more than 4,500 branches throughout the country. And he said, how often do they meet? And I said, they meet as often as possible, but certainly they are lively branches. They are the live wires of our organization. And I took it up and I said, we've got regions and we have provinces, and our provinces meet in provincial conferences, not only to elect leaders, but to discuss policy as well. And he said, is that how the ANC works? I said, that is how the mighty democratic African National Congress works. So comrades, today as we sit here as delegates, we should be basking in the traditions that have been handed down over many years in terms of the way we operate. We are a living organization which is deeply rooted amongst our people. This confirms the value of debate and the importance of organizational renewal in the African National Congress. In this month of October, we would have celebrated the 97th birthday of a stalwart of our movement who dedicated his entire adult life to the cause of freedom, former ANC President Isitwalandwe Oliver Reginald Tambo. This we would have celebrated. President Tambo was a symbol of the unity of our movement. He was a symbol of the unity of our alliance, and indeed, the symbol of the unity of our people as a whole. He was an internationalist who understood the true meaning of human solidarity. During this decade, the decade of the Cadre, as decided by the Mangaung Conference, we would be well advised to draw lessons from the life of Comrade O.R. Tambo, who determined never to put himself above the people, whose determination was that his life was driven by service to our people and humility. This is a life that many of us should seek to emulate. Today, our branch delegates from all corners of Gauteng. And on your shoulders, comrades, as you are gathered here, rests the hopes, the dreams, and the aspirations of our people in the various communities that you represent and communities that you come from. This is what distinguishes the African National Congress from other political parties as a real movement of the people that is deeply rooted in their lives, in their hearts, and in their minds. This conference is therefore not just happening for its own sake. As you sit here, you are sitting in a parliament that is meant to represent the lives of those people that we all come from. This conference is happening as part of a broader struggle of changing the lives of our people for a better life. The people of Gauteng want to know whether the ANC that will emerge from this conference is going to be capable of fulfilling their legitimate expectations of a better life, as the provincial chairperson was saying. The people of Gauteng are looking to this conference to provide answers on how implementation of the various policies that we have adopted, both at provincial level and at national level, will be accelerated so that they can all have basic necessities such as water, electricity, housing, and decent sanitation. They seek, comrades, from this conference an indication on how the National Development Plan is practically going to contribute to building a better, more inclusive, and more prosperous society over the next 20 years. Our people have heard us talk about the NDP. They've heard us talk about our election manifesto. What they now seek from us, and particularly as we gather here at a conference, is how we are going to implement what is set out in the NDP and our manifesto. They want to know how they can get involved in making this common vision a shared reality. They want to know whether space and opportunity will be open for them so that they can air and add their own voices. This conference needs to engage with these issues and understand how the NDP can give effect and meaning to the people of Gauteng. The NDP has been around for quite a number of months now. Our people, in talking about the NDP, always say, how is it going to be implemented and how is it going to affect my own life? They want to know what are the province's developmental priorities. They have been heartened to hear our Premier, Comrade David Makura, setting out his 10-point plan for the province as he opened the legislature. But they want to drill deeper and find out exactly how these priorities are going to affect their lives. They want to know how this is going to affect the spatial planning of Gauteng. Gauteng is going to begin to roll back the effects of apartheid misrule when it comes to spatial architecture or landscaping or planning. What impact does it have on budgeting and the allocation of resources? These are some of the key issues that we have to deal with. This conference needs to acknowledge that the level of dissatisfaction with the performance of our local governments is quite high. And we should not, at this conference, seek to hide our heads in the sand. We need to be alive to the fact that the level of dissatisfaction is deep, and we are the only organization that holds the answer to all these key problems. We urgently need to improve our service delivery. We need to be seen as an organization that is more responsive to the needs of our people, responsive to their aspirations. We need to be demonstrating as the African National Congress that we are compassionate, that we care, and that we as the African National Congress are here to respond and to answer to their needs. This is what the people of Gauteng expect of us, and particularly expect of you as delegates who are gathered here today. And in all this, comrades, we also need to be more accountable. As leaders, either at national level, at provincial level, at local level, accountability needs to underpin and indeed underwrite everything that we do. Certainly, we need to make better use of the rapid response teams that exist, that have been established down to the ward level, so that we respond with speed, with greater speed, to the challenges that our people face at local level. And in fact, we should even have an early warning system that tells us when our people are going through a lot of distress, a lot of pain and anguish. But also, more importantly, we need to improve the way that government works. Many strides are being made. We are making many strides. And I've been pleasantly surprised and impressed as I have visited a number of places here in Gauteng where I have seen how our comrades who are in key positions in government are continuously improving the way that our government works. Even at local government level, a lot is being done and being achieved. And in this regard, we must not allow our detractors and indeed our enemies to browbeat us into feeling ashamed about what we are doing. We are doing a good piece of work to deliver to our people. That the African National Congress is doing. But we need to do much more. Because we are who we are, the mighty, glorious African National Congress, much more is expected of us. Much more greater performance is expected of us, and we therefore need to become a more credible and capable state. That should be what the ANC aims to do and to have. As we need also to listen to our people. The ANC has always distinguished itself as a listening organization. We must listen to our people. We are not an arrogant organization. We are the organization of Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, John Langalibalele Dube, Joe Slovo, Lillian Ngoyi, and all of those leaders were listening leaders. That is what we should become. Each one of us gathered here, we are leaders. And what should distinguish us from all others is that we should listen to our people, and we don't listen to them through SMSs, through social media. We go to where they are, exactly where they are, and that is where we must go and listen to our people. And we must also acknowledge, comrades, statements, expressions of dissatisfaction that may come from our people. With humility, ka go ikokobetsa, nga o di isa fase. That is what we should do. Listen to our people with great humility. It was a great moment of joy sometimes during the campaign when we saw even our president going down on his knees in some pictures listening to our people. That is what the African National Congress is all about, listening to our people and hearing their statements of dissatisfaction. But having heard all this, comrades, we must then be infused with a determination to go and address the statements and the expressions of dissatisfaction. What we should be doing as our people complain, as they raise points of dissatisfaction, we must immediately say, me ntate kya khutla sizawubuya kuwe nempendulo. We are going to come back to you with an answer. We are going to address your needs. That is what will set us apart from other parties. We need also, comrades, to give feedback to our people on the concerns that they raise. Our structures must take the lead in effective service delivery. I'm particularly heartened, comrade, by the determination of this province to embark on one of these 10 key plans, but particularly to revitalize the mainstream township economy. When I heard our Premier articulating this, I almost embraced him, because this is also what is going to set us apart as the African National Congress, as we begin to address the real needs of our people in the townships where our people live, where we are going to begin to establish, to build, and to revitalize township economies, where we are going to be able to bring manufacturing processes into the township, ekasi, where we are going to bring business operations, ekasi, in the townships where the majority of us grew up. That is exactly where we should be going back to. When Comrade Makura was articulating this, I applauded it, because this is also something new that is coming out of Gauteng. And Gauteng, once again, leads. I am not saying you should do this, but when I went to Northern Cape had actually built their legislature not in town, but in Khalishiwe. That to me was a clear sign that there is a future that we can look forward to in terms of revitalizing the areas where our people live. In fact, I'm told that the advice to build the legislature in Khalishiwe was actually given to our comrades by the Freedom Front Plus. Hulle het gesê, hoekom bou julle nie die legislature daar by die lokasie waar julle mense bly? That is what they said. Now, I'm giving a hint, hint. We are supposed to have the BRICS Bank. Why can't you start competing and bidding for the BRICS Bank to be built in Soweto or somewhere else? It's just a hint to Comrade Makura, because this is what other countries do. This is what the Chinese do. They take some of the most important infrastructure build programs and go and put them in rural areas where their people live, and that immediately attracts investment, that immediately leads to the creation of jobs. So when the provincial government started going in the way of revitalizing the mainstream township economy, I thought that this is the direction that we may be going. This, comrades, has the potential to change the structure of our provincial economy and to contribute, yes, contribute to this thing that the provincial chairperson was talking about, radical economic transformation. Yes, if we were to do that, we would then begin to give credence and meaning to what radical economic transformation means. Small businesses that are producing goods and services need to be supported. They need finance, mentoring, training, and most importantly, they need access to opportunities. And this township economy thrust that we have embarked upon will definitely lead us in that direction. If Gauteng succeeds in this endeavor, it will forever change the spatial dimensions of apartheid development and underdevelopment. None of these programs will achieve their objectives if the effectiveness of implementation continues to be eroded by corrupt practices. We need to strengthen measures to prevent corruption and to act decisively against those who are engaged in corruption. This, comrade, we need to do as the African National Congress, to show and demonstrate to our people, who, by the way, are appalled by acts of corruption, who, by the way, when they hear stories of corruption, they just say, oh, that lot of people, all they want is to line their own pockets. We must begin to change the thought processes of our people when it comes to this, as they see that we are deadly serious about taking action against corrupt people, even those amongst our own ranks. This we must do. The ANC needs to lead. It needs to show the way forward, even when it comes to difficult matters like these. Integrity commissions should be active in investigating, on reports on their own findings. In our deliberations, during the course of this conference, we must be preoccupied with these important questions, comrades, because being an ANC member, that we are answerable to the people at all times. Our people love the ANC. Their love for the ANC also means that they want us to do what is right by them. They want us to see taking action against those who do wrong things in their eyes. Being a delegate at this conference means you carry the heavy burden to go back to report on the outcomes of this conference, not just to your branch, but to your community. And you will therefore need to be outlining to those who sent you here exactly what transpired. This conference needs to critically assess just how close the ANC is to the people here in Gauteng. Our performance during the 2014 national and provincial elections provides cause for concern. And I think we're holding this conference at an opportune moment, just before we completely enter into election mode for the 2016 local government elections. We must face the reality that the decline of 10% at the polls from 64 to 53 is a serious matter that deserves the full attention of the membership. I'm hoping that in the various commissions, comrades, we will, in a very sober manner, be able to sit back and assess what caused this. Some of the causes are known. Yes, some of those were articulated by our provincial chairperson, but we need to drill a little bit deeper. We must grapple with the uncomfortable truths that it reveals about our organization, about our presence in communities, about the needs and concerns of the electorate. Yes, Comrade Chairperson has touched on some of those. Yes, we need to interrogate and to look closely at what those causes are. And I'd like to quote a little bit some of the how we have dealt with difficult issues in the past. When delivering his political report to the Durban Conference in 1991, President Oliver Tambo said, "We did not tear ourselves apart because of lack of progress at times, or because of the problems that we were going through. We were always ready to accept our mistakes and correct them. Above all, we succeeded to foster and defend the unity of the ANC and the unity of our people in general. Even in bleak moments, we were never in doubt regarding the winning of freedom. We have never been in doubt that the people's cause shall triumph." It is to many thanks that leaders like Oliver Tambo were able to lead the ANC to remain united, committed, and close to the people even in difficult times. Yes, the election result analysis that we should go through should be the type that will not make us tear ourselves apart. It should be the type that makes us look soberly at how we performed and also be able to look at the mistakes that we made. We should be able to attend to this matter with utmost humility, with honesty, and we must be willing, as I said, to accept our mistake and to correct them. We must resist, comrades, at all to tear ourselves apart and to tear each other's apart because of a lack of progress, because of some of the mishaps that we have had. We must foster and defend the unity of the ANC and our people. I was in Lesotho. I was in Lesotho for the last 3 days. And in conversing with some of the leaders there, they used a wonderful Sesotho expression. In fact, they told me about this rat, a rat that is called Lesasabudi. Lesasabudi is a rat that specializes when it is going through stress. When it is under stress, it bites itself. Laituma Lesasabudi, and it will start taking out chunks of its own meat, or of its own flesh. It tears itself apart. And in the end, Bare le sasabudi li tumempeng. It just tears its own bowels out and then it dies. I use this because Comrade O.R. Tambo also reflected on this and said that we must not tear ourselves apart even when we go through difficulties. Even when we face challenges such as the e-tolls. La di e-tolls dia dirishebile mahlong. Reskaba masasabudi. We must not tear ourselves apart. We must always be conscious hore le sasabudi must keep alive. It must not tear its bowels out. Even as we assess our own election result, we must not tear ourselves apart. We must not start turning on each other in terms of factions, in terms of accusations, in terms of doing some of the things that our chairperson was talking about. Remember the image of Le Sasabudi, or that is what we should not do. We must foster and defend the unity of our movement and of our people at all times in whatever we do. If we successfully carry out this reflection, even in bleak moments, we will never be in any doubt that we can indeed receive a decisive mandate in 2016 local government elections. I can already smell the victory we are going to win. I can already see the victory that we are going to win. And comrades, I see and I smell it, armed with the resoluteness that the ANC should have, that Oliver Tambo had. Even in the dark moments, even in the very difficult times, even as he went to bury our comrades who were killed in Lesotho, where I've just come from, he always knew that the cause of our people will succeed and we will win our struggle. Similarly, even here in Gauteng, if we do that assessment, I have no doubt in my mind that we will emerge victorious in all the metros that we have. Re tla ba bontsha hore ANC ana ke mang na. One of the most important responsibilities that this conference has is to elect leadership. As a democratic organization, we are not unfamiliar with healthy contestation for leadership positions. But contestation, comrades, must happen in a disciplined and principled manner that puts the interests of the organization and the people first. It must not be done to satisfy personal ambitions or to satisfy a system of political patronage. We have seen in recent years how regrettable tendencies have emerged that threaten to tear our movement asunder. We have seen vote buying, we have seen gatekeeping, we have seen patronage being handed around. We have seen how factionalism has weakened our organization, and we have also seen, as the chairperson was saying, how violence has also been used by people to win their positions. Conference must discuss what needs to be done and discuss it urgently to reverse these tendencies. As we elect leadership, we must remember that the ANC is and has always been about bettering the lives of our people. The people of Gauteng, comrades, are not interested in our factional battles. That is not key amongst of the things they are interested in. They are not interested in personalities or who is best at rendering revolutionary slogans or who is best at singing the best revolutionary song. As Amilcar Cabral once said, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things that are in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live a better life, to live in peace, and to see their lives go forward, so as to guarantee the future of their children. Our people are not interested in that. They just want us to improve their lives. And comrades, that is what we should concentrate on. This 12th provincial conference is convened under United in Action to advance a radical social economic transformation. Nothing is more important at this moment in history of our country and in the life of our movement. This slogan that you have put together for your conference is the sum total of what we should be all about and what we should be doing. South Africa has now entered the second phase of its transition from apartheid colonialism to a national democratic society. It is in this second phase, comrades, of transition that we will see a radical shift, or better still, let me put it this way. It is in this phase that we must see a radical shift in economic relations to ensure socio-economic freedom for all our people. We look to this conference to deepen our efforts to achieve this radical shift. As we do this, we have all the tools, we have all the policies, and we also have the human resources. And let me say, we also have all the clever people. The clever people are here in the ANC. Yes, the clever people are here. The people who are committed to improving the lives of our people are here in the ANC. You will not find them elsewhere. They are here. They are in this home that the chairperson referred to. This home that is the ANC. This warm home that the president always talks about. Ukuthi kuyabanda ngale ngaphandle. La kwa ANC, it's nice and warm, it's cozy. Now, comrades, all these clever people who are gifted, who are committed, all these people who are well educated, all these people who have deep experience are here in the African National Congress. You will not find them elsewhere in other parties. They are here. Now, this is an important resource that we now need to use to good effect to improve the lives of our people. This is the reservoir of all the better ideas. The policies that we have, you look at our manifesto, there's not even a single political party that got close to a better manifesto like ours. In fact, they were copying from our own manifesto. Now, armed with all that, comrades, we ought to be producing a well-oiled, well-functioning machine that is meant to deliver the best to our people. We need to see radical change. We need to lead the way. How did we start the year off? The year off in this fifth administration of the African National Congress. We started the year off determined, and that determination remains, that we are going to change the way we work. We are going to recalibrate the way we function in government and indeed in the African National Congress as well. We started off by saying all of us must go back to basics, and those basics are going back to the African National Congress. For all of us to know that we are deployed by none other but the African National Congress, and it is the ANC that is going to give us our marching orders. That's where we started. The president called all the ministers who are deployed in the national executive, and this message was put forward, and it was underlined by a clear message that go out there and implement the policies of the African National Congress. Go out there and go and implement the manifesto of the African National Congress. It was followed up by a meeting, quite a historic meeting, with provincial executive committees or councils right across the country, where the president and the officials met all comrades who are deployed in those structures, and the same message was put forward. This was followed up by a meeting, quite a historic one as well, which were held in various regions with local government comrades. All this was done with a view of ensuring that we start off the fifth administration on a very strong footing, so that all of us who are deployed in government must know that we are accountable to the African National Congress, must know that the African National Congress gives us our marching orders, and that we are in government or places that we are deployed in to go and implement the policies of the African National Congress. And if we remain true to this, we will be able, indeed, without any doubt, to fulfill the resolutions that were passed at the Gauteng Conference. We will be able to implement the manifesto that we adopted for the elections. What now remains, comrades? What now remains is for us to stress the issue of implementation. And I put it to your conference now to say, in whatever discussion that you have, let us go beyond just regurgitating policy. Let us go beyond just slogans. Let us now begin to focus on implementation. Yes, let us ask the difficult questions. Let us focus on the hard issues of how we are going to implement what we have already decided. We've got clever people, we've got people who are determined, we've got good policies. We now need to focus on implementation. And let me say that suggestions of implementation can well come from yourselves as delegates to this conference. So as you meet in your commissions, I implore you to focus on that and just go way beyond the policy sort of broad positions and go and focus on how we implement. How are we going to implement the township economy? How are we going to make sure that it is implemented and it, in the end, improves the lives of our people? I stress this because this is where the African National Congress is going to differentiate itself from all other political parties, because we will be dealing with real delivery. In conclusion, comrades, I wish this conference every success. I am confident that all of us who are here will discharge the responsibilities that we have been given by our branches. We will discharge the responsibilities that we have in a manner that is worthy of being the custodians of the African National Congress, of President Oliver Reginald Tambo, of the ANC of Nelson Mandela, the ANC of Walter Sisulu, the ANC of all those who have come before us. I'd like to thank you and wish you the very best conference as you revolutionize the lives of our people and lead the charge to delivery. Forward to Gauteng, forward. Amandla! Amandla! Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy President of the mighty, overwhelming African National Congress, a home for all of those that want to progressively lead society forward, especially in our country, but also working within a global context, within the context of international solidarity. Comrade DP, I'm not going to even try and summarize your visionary and very instructive way forward. implementation, 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 implementation. We've heard very clear that mo Gauteng go ska ba le masasabudi. We have taken a decision, comrades, that we know in Gauteng we are governing. There's no other governing party. So we will govern decisively without fear and without favor. So, but we'll acknowledge that there are still challenges outstanding, and we will serve our people with humility. We will listen, because that's what the ANC has taught us. So implementation, implementation, implementation in our commissions. Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity, comrades, to acknowledge by name, I did say I will do so, amongst us, His Excellency, Mr. Abdel Hafif Nofal, from the Embassy of the State of Palestine. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, sir. Her Excellency, Mrs. Josefina Petra Diakite, from the Embassy of Angola. Thank you very much for being with us. Okay, she's just gone out. We acknowledge her presence. His Excellency, Mr. Abd El Nasur Belaid from Algeria. Thank you very much for being with us. And His Excellency, Mr. Elmani Ibrahim. Thank you very much from Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Thank you. We did acknowledge His Excellency, Mr. from Zimbabwe. Thank you very much, sir. We will continue acknowledging those that join us as we move on, as I'm informed here. Comrades, in terms of our program, we are supposed to conclude on the political report and the keynote address. Just before the keynote address, the provincial chair wanted to also give acknowledgement to the veterans and the previous leaders in Gauteng, as well as currently the top 6, the acknowledgement on all our behalf for the journey that they have come all the way with us. During the centenary celebration, the veterans led us under the very able leadership of Babombat. They were there, all these veterans that are here were with us. And also, from time to time, we leverage the lessons and the experience and the knowledge and the traditions of the ANC that are our heritage. And the previous leaders, the past leaders of the ANC in Gauteng are always available to us to support, to advise, and sometimes robustly to engage with us. So I'm going to call on our provincial treasurer, Mentombi Mekwe, to please be joined by our very able acting provincial secretary, Comrade Boise Maneli, to support our chairperson in giving these acknowledgements to the people that I have called. I'm going to now request that we start with is Twalandwe. Okay. Our veterans, Endrumlangeni, Baba Endrumlangeni, Babo Ahmed Katrada, please. I think we should go this way, yes. I think you have more quicker legs than them. I'm not sure, okay, thank you. Please help him to go sit down. Okay. Thank you very much. As they take pictures, I'm also going to find out if Obaba Dennis Goldberg, is he here? No, not yet, but the acknowledgement is there. Umama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Umama Sophie de Brain. Comrade Mavuso Msimang, please come forward. Comrade Lalu Chiba.
So that we don't mix up the thing.
Yeah. Comrade Mavuso was around. Comrade Frank Chikani. And Comrade Mangaliso Mkachwa. I must say reverends. Reverend Comrade Frank Chikani and Reverend Comrade Mangaliso Mkachwa. Okay.
This is Mavuso Msimang.
Yeah. Mavuso was it.
Lalu.
Thank you. And there comes our veteran, Comrade Lalu. We knew during our times that if you had done something wrong and you appear before Comrade Lalu Chiba, it's very difficult for you to come out without a very, very harsh warning, even if you are not found guilty. Thank you very much, a great disciplinarian. I'm also going now to call our former Gauteng leaders. I will start with Comrade Deputy SG. Comrade Jesse Duarte. Our previous Secretary General and the Deputy President, the President and the Deputy President of South Africa, His Excellency Ndate Mutlante.
Yes, they're coming. Maybe we must start with this one. Yes, just for a photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Comrade, previous chairpersons, Tokyo Sehwa Len Matole Mutser. Thank you very much. Comrade Barbara Hogan, if she's here with us. Comrade Amos Masondo. Comrade Amos Masondo is coming upstage together with Comrade Mohammed Dango. From Atone. Did you give him? Thank you very much. Amos Masondo is there already. Comrade Dango. Comrade Mohammed Dango is, actually I should have said His Excellency, is our ambassador ambassador of South Africa in Libya, and is a former PC member of this province. So if you find yourself in Libya, know that you've got a leader from this province. Comrade Obed Bapela, Comrade Enji Motshekga, and Comrade...
So I can pick one for the next. Thank you, Vicky.
You see, Comrade Enji Motshekga represents that leadership, whose chair, unfortunately, we couldn't invite here because we could be the ANC. So, thank you very much, Comrade Enji Motshekga. Mam Konyani couldn't come. Yeah. Thank you very much, leadership. I think we have done our bit. We also have a recognition for our TG, yes, our TG, and I did say the top 6. TG, DSG in her capacity as DSG, and our Deputy President in that capacity. They will receive 6 for the top 6.
Okay, no, we got you.
The operations there. You see, we acknowledge as this leadership that there were those before us on whose shoulders we stand. That's why we can see far away. And that those who were before us have experience, have the knowledge, have the traditions that we can imbibe in taking this august movement forward. The people's movement, the people's parliament. Oh, there's one for the top 6 collective.